Good evening, everyone. I hereby call to order the special meeting for Orange Unified School District on May 2nd at 5:34. Trustee Erickson, do we have quorum?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Superintendent Gonzalez, would you like to add a comment?
Yes. Earlier today, Mr. Ortega contacted the superintendent's office and let us know that he would not be in attendance tonight due to a family issue.
Okay, thank you. Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. The way we are going to have our meeting will be that we will hear public comment. We will ask the candidates to step into a separate room, and they will be called one by one to come in to share their statements. They will each have 5 minutes to share. And then once everyone has spoken, they will return into the room. First up, we have public comment on open session 3. Trustee Erickson, do we have any public comment cards?
We do. We have 8, and anybody that saw me shuffling them around, they are numbered and they are in order. We just had them out of order on 3A, 4A, and 4B. So they are in order of how they were presented, and we have 8 of them, so it looks like 3 minutes each. So.
Great, please.
Sure. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. At special meetings, speakers can only address agenda items. In general, individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 30 minutes. A speaker shall not yield to another person any portion of the time allotted to him or her to speak. The total time for agenda items, special meetings, shall be 30 minutes. The total time allowed for those who made requests to speak will as follows. 1 to 10 speakers will be allowed 3 minutes each. I won't read the other 2 because it's not applicable. The number of speakers to the agenda item will be determined just prior to the time that item is considered, and speakers must be present to be counted in the total. District students who have presented requests to speak will be allowed to speak before other individuals who have also requested to speak. Individual speaking time may not be reduced to less than 1 minute. Those who presented requests to speak but could not be accommodated within the allotted 30 minutes will be allowed 1 minute each to speak prior to adjournment. The first public speaker we have is Cynthia Hicks. Sure. The next, number 2 will be Carla Contreras, and number 3 will be John Sanks. So.
Ready?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Cynthia Hicks, and I'm the parent of a current OUSD high school student as well as a graduate of OUSD. First of all, I'd like to thank all the candidates for applying for these vacant positions. And after a tumultuous time in OUSD, it's reassuring to have so many people with a deep commitment to our district and to be part of the next steps. I trust that you'll thoughtfully appoint the best qualified so that our district can return its focus to our students, teachers, and facilities. In addition to the obvious traits of honesty, transparency, and integrity that I'm sure you will all expect, I would ask for a few additional things. While having students in the district is not a sole litmus test for qualifications, if one has students in the district or has had students in the district in the past, I think that should definitely be considered. We need people on the board with no agendas other than the well-being of our students and district. And in order for these appointments to be effective, they should be people with an understanding of OUSD, or at least public education as a whole, because otherwise the learning curve will simply be too steep for such a short time period. Thank you very much.
Next up is Carla Contreras.
Good evening. President Page, trustees, and Superintendent Gonzalez, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Carla Contreras, and I'm a relatively new parent in OUSD. My eldest son is in transitional kindergarten at California I Inspire Academy, and he is the oldest of 4 that will be coming in succession. So long time. I will be here for the next 20 years. So I want to talk to you also about the process of the trustee selection. As you consider who will fill these crucial roles, I urge you to look through the business lens like I do every day. Prioritize a candidate who can help us attract and retain good talent. Over the last 2 years, we've faced significant challenges in maintaining strong and stable workforce in our communities, in our schools. A trustee who understands the dynamic of talent management, recruitment, and retention will make a crucial difference in our district. We need trustees who are accountable in ties within our district, either with kids or as employees of the district. We need those trustees who embody honesty, trustworthiness, and fiscal responsibility. No more pet projects. We need individuals who can make decisions that directly impact our kids and their education. A trustee should be somebody who listens to the needs and concerns of the parents, the teachers, and the students. I have a son with special needs, my youngest. I know how essential it's going to be for him to have attentive and responsive attention to individual children in our district. The role isn't just about managing budgets or setting policies, it's about creating positive and nurturing environment for all of our children, regardless of their unique challenges, so that they can thrive. As a parent in the district, I want trustees who are also forward-thinking and willing to embrace innovation. Our schools need leaders who can adapt to rapidly changing environments. This world is changing, and lead our district into the future. This means supporting new educational methods, embracing technology, and fostering an inclusive environment for everyone. In summary, as you consider these trustees, I urge you to choose someone who can attract and retain the talent, demonstrates honesty and fiscal responsibility, and is committed to the parents and the students of the district. We need leaders who will not only address the challenges that we face, but build a stronger OUSD. Thank you.
Next is John Sanks, and after Mr. Sanks, we'll have Jessica Nettles and Soren Williams.
Good evening. I'm a parent and my daughter attends an OUSD school, and you guys have a big decision you're going to be making tonight. And I ask as you consider this that you pick candidates who are going to focus on the needs of this district and forget about the special interests. We need individuals who understand the commitments and responsibilities that will come along with this job. We need board members who see the value of our public schools. I'd like you to pick board members who have ties to the OUSD community. That's because this board sets the policies that govern where my daughter spends upwards of 7 hours each day. We need board members who are invested in this district's success, who understand that this job goes well beyond merely financial oversight. And I'm glad to see that there are parents and public school educators who have applied for this job, and I'm hoping that one of them turns out to be an excellent fit. We need board members who are going to advocate for all the schools in this district, regardless of their background or their specific beliefs. All of our kids deserve the best public education that we can provide them. We need board members who will fight for well-maintained classrooms that our community can be proud of. Board members who will be fiscally responsible and make sure that our budgets are balanced. Board members who will look critically at special projects and always ask, is this project doing the best we can to support the most kids that we can? We need board members who won't play games with the agendas or cut off the parents who are coming here to speak. We need board members who remember that all parents have a First Amendment right to address this board. Board members will take a real interest in this district, who will reliably attend the meetings. Board members who will serve on the subcommittees because they're important and it's part of this job. We need board members who will consistently visit our schools so they can make educated and informed decisions as they govern them. This job is way more than attending a meeting once a month. Pick board members who will work cooperatively with each other. You're never going to agree on everything, but you need to be able to have a respectful dialogue, and that's been missing for the last year and a half or so. Debate's important, and it needs to be encouraged. No more calling the question to shut down a topic. Work down the differences. Someone who can compromise. Tonight, you're going to make a huge decision for this community. Above all, I ask you to pick someone who will put the kids first. Thank you.
Next up is Jessica Nettles, and then Soren Williams.
Hi, my name is Jessica Nettles. I'm not new here. I'm a parent, homeowner, business owner. My kids go to elementary school here. We plan to go through the whole program. This last 2 years, I have to be honest, I was one of many of us that did not care about board meetings. We had no idea what was happening. The wheels were turning. Things were happening. Great. What we didn't know, we thought was fine. And I think now we're all fully aware that it really, truly matters who's up there. And I really want to see, and I really hope that who we vote for is that person that's coming in and saying, hey, I am qualified. I have actually my credentials are true, that I have actually done the things that I've listed on my resume, that there are actual references, and it's not just someone that's coming in with an agenda for something that has nothing to do with our children at OUSD. There is a huge disconnect between elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. Everyone right now is on their own. I would love some more unity because I truly feel Orange Unified School District is one of the best school districts. We have the most amazing teachers. We have the most amazing support in this entire area, I feel, than a lot of others. We're done. The rod is out. I think it's time to move forward. And I hope whoever we bring in has our students from TK on, Orange Pre-K on, to Canyon, to all these high schools, these kids that actually really matter are next, the future. And we don't worry about what has happened, what did happen. We let that go. And we say, okay, how do we make it better? How do we improve? And I hope that the candidates that fill those seats have that in mind. I hope that as we vote that we have that in mind. And I hope that we just learn to be respectful like we try to teach our children, and that we start to mirror that better and better. Thank you.
Soren Williams, and then Jennifer Medina, and Stephanie, and I'm sorry, but you know who you are. Thank you.
Hello, board members and superintendent. I'm a parent of multiple children at OUSD, and here are just a few qualities I'd like to see in our board members, whether they're appointed or elected. First is firsthand experience in public schools, either via their children attending or professionally. I think it's important for a board member to have firsthand knowledge of the diversity of the community in these schools and how they work. Second is a willingness to listen to learn from, and respectfully debate those that may disagree with them. It's good to have debate, but it needs to be respectful. A will and ability to do the work that benefits the entire community, someone who will show up for lots of things, not just their pet projects. Four is the ability to take constructive criticism. And then here are a few qualities that I don't want to see in our board members anymore. Performative politics for special interests, selfishness, disrespect towards those different from you or toward those that disagree with you, political paybacks for your special interests. In short, I'd like to see someone who works to unite our OUSD community, not someone who seeks to divide us based on politics or whatever bias they may have. I'd like to see someone who will work to help our most disadvantaged students in schools and who will do the most good for the most students. Thanks.
Jennifer Medina, and then Stephanie B.
Good evening, Superintendent Gonzalez and Board Trustees. I'm a homeowner and a parent in Orange Unified, and I wanted to take a moment tonight to share with you that as an OUSD stakeholder, my number one priority with respect to the individuals that you appoint tonight is that they will make OUSD students their number one priority. After seeing what happened last year with board members that did not believe enough in our schools to send their own children there, I would really like to see fully qualified candidates serve in these roles that also happen to be OUSD parents or parents of OUSD graduates. If candidates are not a parent of a current student or an alum, it would also be in the best interest of OUSD to appoint candidates that are or have been educators or administrators within OUSD. In my opinion, to serve on this board, I would like to see parents, educators, and administrators that believe in the system for which they are charged to lead and do not put self-serving interests ahead of OUSD students. I believe that a diverse board with respect to views and experience is valuable, as each trustee brings something different to the table to advance policies that are in the best interest of our students. We need both breadth and depth of knowledge, education, experience, and tenure within OUSD to have a well-functioning board. Given the short time with which these appointments must get up to speed and the short term of their assignment, I believe that you should appoint individuals that are already very familiar with OUSD and the challenges that we have faced over the past year. Please appoint individuals that put students first, believe in our public education system, and who will fight to create an inclusive environment for all OUSD stakeholders. Thank you.
Stephanie and Brenda Lebsack would be next.
Good evening, board. I'm going to be really quick because most of what I wanted to say has kind of already been touched on way more eloquently than I'm going to do. But my name is Stephanie. I'm a parent of 2 children in OUSD. And what I would like to see as you consider appointments for the temporary trustees is that you are selecting candidates with strong ties to OUSD. If they have school-age children, I want to see that they attend OUSD schools, or that, if they have older children, that they did attend OUSD schools, and strong ties to OUSD where it's very clear that they're not, out for their own pet projects or other interests. And then additionally, it would be really great to see candidates with experience either working in a public school classroom or just, volunteering in a public school, but very familiar with, OUSD schools and the workings and going-ons. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Brenda Lebsack.
Thank you. Orange Unified constituents need trustees they can trust who will properly inform them. I can tell you firsthand that the California Teachers Association and their endorsed candidates do not promote honesty with parents. I started an organization called the Interfaith Statewide Coalition. I work with Orthodox Muslims, Jews, Catholics, and Protestants, not only in Orange County, but statewide, so parents of diverse faiths and races can be respectfully informed. Please see primary documents of the facts at interfaith4kids.com. That's interfaith4kids with the number 4.com. What you will see is, number 1, the books promoted in our schools by the Teachers Union. One book teaches minors how to use adult sex dating apps. It tells them to upload their picture on the app while the app can access their location. This puts kids in harm's way of sexual exploitation and human trafficking. Yet, this is CTA's version of SAFE. CTA passed a business item in 2020 saying kids should be able to access puberty blockers and hormone therapy without parent knowledge or consent. This is CTA's version of family engagement. CTA endorsed the drag queens that pose as Catholic nuns who mock and bully people of faith. This is CTA's version of anti-bullying. We have enough bullies in our schools. The last thing we need is a bully sitting on the dais. Chad Zimmerman, who is applying to represent Trustee Area 4, has relentlessly bullied Villa Park High School's own student trustee, Alexander Tran, even going as far as withholding a leadership position from him within a school club known as Interact. In fact, Chad Zimmerman, who currently serves as the youth chair of the Rotary Club of Villa Park, threatened Alex, stating that if he became president of the club, he would withdraw financial support from the student organization through the Rotary. Provided is an email from Interact's club advisor to Villa Park High School's principal, Dennis McHouston, which states, quote, I met with the two co-presidents of Interact at lunch today. I said I would be the advisor. I met with Chad Zimmerman from Rotary yesterday. He said Alexander Tran cannot represent Interact as a board member due to his online speech being contrary to Rotary ideals, unquote. Zimmerman not once discussed his concerns with Alex. His bullying of Area 4's only student trustee should be a grave concern. I know this is necessary to be a school board member because I previously sat on this dais. You need to be honest, hold integrity, not the pettiness in which Chad Zimmerman conducts himself. Thank you.
That's all the speakers for 3A.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to information and discussion, interview of the candidates. So during this time, I believe assistant superintendents will walk our candidates over.
Are they allowed to sit here though during public comment? Because we do have public comment, so we need to make.
On which one though?
This is on 4A.
So 4A would be after the interviews?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I think we're okay to go ahead and start the interviews.
Got it.
And then as we consider each of the areas for appointment, then we can hear the public
it.
comments at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on April 11th, 2024, the Board of Education approved a process to make provisional appointments for board vacancies that were created as a result of the March 5th, 2024 recall election. The following steps were taken so far. So staff advertised on the district website and in local media announcing the vacancies, and applications were open on April 12th and closed on April 26th. Applications were submitted to the superintendent's office by 4 p.m. and any applications received after the closing were not considered. We created a committee to review applications, and present in the committee were Trustee Rumsey, myself, Superintendent Gonzalez, and our attorney. And we also had the assistance of the Registrar of Voters to qualify candidates. All the eligible candidates were announced to the board and the district website, and also attended an orientation a couple nights ago. So each candidate was selected at random. It was a lottery system that will be guided in as we call their name. And up first for Area 4, we have Sarah Pelly.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Gonzalez, Cabinet, and community members. My name is Sarah Pelly, and it is my pleasure to speak to you tonight as a candidate for the Orange Unified School Board. I'm a 35-year resident of OUSD. I began and ended my 35-year career in public education in this district, starting as a teacher at what was then Crescent Primary, and after 18 years in Centralia School District, returning home, where I spent my last 7 years as the proud principal of Fletcher Academy. To say I am fully invested in this district is an understatement. I love this district. I love the students we serve, the staff who are responsible for their education and safety, and I love our community. OUSD is worth fighting for. I have extensive experience and knowledge of this district and the functions of its many departments that would allow me to make informed decisions as a school board trustee. This is especially critical for an appointed position because I will be ready to go on day one. Having someone who spent years teaching in a public school setting would add a voice to make this school board better. And those who have worked with me know I always put students first, and I always do my homework. Most of what I just said are things you may know about me, so here are some things you may not. First, I'm a proud product of K-12 public schools, which I attended growing up in Colorado. I've been a public school advocate throughout my career because public schools serve all students, provide support for different needs of the diverse communities that make up our country, and in a democracy, everyone has the right to a free education. As a board member, I would continue to support public schools and the hardworking teachers and employees who are the heart of OUSD. Something else you may not know about me is the history of my family. My grandfather was a traquero, or track worker in Mexico, who worked on the Santa Fe Railroad and crossed the border with many other laborers, following the expansion in the early 1920s. He and my grandmother settled in New Mexico, having never learned English and being unable to participate in the education of their 9 children, not only because of the language barrier, but for fear they would be found out and deported. As a Latina woman, I feel it in my bones when we do not properly connect with communities who may be hesitant to engage. It is for this reason I have always felt a responsibility to advocate for students and families who are fearful or do not feel they have a voice, and to help empower them to speak out on behalf of their children, because parent involvement is crucial to the success of every child. Our schools should be a place where everyone feels welcomed, and as a board trustee, I will work hard to ensure all parents are heard and feel welcome and safe. Finally, it's important for you to know my personal beliefs and values when considering me as a trustee. As part of my administrative credential program at Chapman University, I was tasked with writing a paper stating my educational vision, mission, and belief statements. Written 18 years ago, with my future career as a principal in mind, these values apply even more so to that of a school board trustee and still hold true today. Here are a few excerpts from that paper. I won't read you my whole paper. My vision is to cultivate a community that is richly diverse, that shows respect for those whose people have historically struggled to obtain a voice, and unwavering support for those who continue to fight for equality, to instill a love of learning in all children, and encourage support of parents and community members as a result of shared leadership, to create a place where children feel safe and are surrounded by caring adults whose first priority is to educate them to be proficient, contributing members of society with an innate sense of responsibility to their global village and to the next generation of children. It continues, my point of view is one perspective, and someone else's perspective is just as valuable and worth taking the time to look at. Some of the most important time spent is forming relationships, building trust, and taking the time to see things from different perspectives. Forming a shared vision among a group is an even more lengthy and complex process. Time must be allowed for people to develop their own beliefs and values before they can truly invest themselves into a program that involves ongoing questioning and reflection. The paper concluded, my passion for social justice, equity, and voice for all citizens leads me toward a broader scope and hopefully a position where I can become an agent of change. Only time will tell what that position will be. Little did I know that 18 years later, I would be standing before you as a candidate for school board trustee. If selected, I will continue to hold these beliefs and work with my fellow trustees as one collective body, valuing all opinions and perspectives, and treating everyone with respect and civility. Now, I leave it in your capable hands to determine what my next position will be. My vision remains steadfast, and I am more determined than ever to continue to serve the students, parents, and community of the Orange Unified School District. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Up next, we have Lee Tusnot.
Mr. Abercrombie promised me there'd be walk-up music. I have no intention of taking up all 5 minutes tonight. I did actually write things down, which is unlike me, but so that I didn't take 30 minutes. So I do want to take the time to thank everybody that came out. I think that this is awesome that for a special meeting, we've got some community support. And I would like to thank everybody that put their name on the line. We had no idea who would apply to do this. And somebody asked me earlier why I did. And I kind of thought, if not me, then who? There was no way of knowing how many or how few people would. And so figured I would throw my name in there. Distinguished Board of Trustees, Superintendent Gonzalez, friends and neighbors of OUSD, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Lee Tuesnot, and for those that saw it written out, it's Two's Not a Crowd. That's what my mom says. I am here to talk about the future of this board. As you know, I've applied to fill the potential appointment of Area 4 trustee. I, like many others speaking tonight, am an OUSD alum. I grew up in the shadow of Linda Vista, attended Santiago as it transitioned to a charter school. And as you may have heard me say before, I was a captain of the second worst football team in El Medina High School history. After high school, I went to San Diego State, where I was lucky enough to meet my beautiful wife. Then that just made me tear up for some reason. And together we are raising 3 incredible and thriving kids who are now attending school in our district. To make a living, I work as a director for a graduation and achievement supply company. More specifically, I work with schools and partners to build programming to help students celebrate their biggest moments. And before I go on, just to be 100% clear, and any issues of conflict of interest, my company does no business with OUSD schools at this time, and I would of course recuse myself from any discussion or vote that might affect that part of my life. That said, I am incredibly proud of the work that I do, not just in helping students and parents celebrate the crowning achievement of K through 12 education, but in building out programs that get students engaged in that experience. I believe that that experience can be a valuable asset on this board. Engaged students learn better and are more fun to teach. And when we talk about, I heard somebody earlier mention, a focus on attract and retain good talent. I think there would be nothing that could attract better talent than seeing the amazing students that we have and knowing how engaged and plugged into the schools that they are. In my personal time, I volunteer as a board member and coach for Villa Park Little League. I coach multiple soccer teams. I serve as the Dad's Club president of Serrano Elementary. And I've served on the board of Camp for Kids, which is a nonprofit resident camp organization that kind of came out in the wake of the Orange YMCA falling apart. I have roots and branches that span throughout this community as a dad, a coach, a neighbor, a volunteer, a mentor, and a friend. I am proud of our district, despite its bumps and bruises. You see, I have the opportunity through my line of work to visit schools all over the nation. And while our district may have its flaws, there is nowhere else that I would send my kids to. I am who I am. I do what I say. I don't have an agenda or ulterior motives. I'm just a dad who wants to help make sure that my kids and all of the kids in OUSD have the best experience possible while they're in our care. I want to find common ground and creative solutions to improve our facilities, to keep raising test scores, and find even better ways to help all the kids thrive and grow within our district. And I want to do all of that with integrity, transparency, and pure intentions. I believe in public schools. I believe in OUSD in particular. I believe that despite what some may think, there is so much more good here than bad. I believe that with a shared focus on the students, we can get past any issue that faces us. We're so blessed to have the most amazing staff and teachers, a very passionate and involved community, and some of the greatest students in the entire nation. This board exists to serve all of them, and I'd appreciate an opportunity to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Brian Harrington.
Do I just start? Okay. Members of the board, parents, students, teachers, administrators, fellow taxpayers, members of the OUSD community. I stand before you today as the proud parent of 2 children attending OUSD schools, specifically McPherson Magnet. My kids are also in CARES, and both of them were in the CDC for a few years ago. It's with a deep sense of commitment to our district's values and to the future of our students that I stand here today. It's an honor and a privilege to address you as a candidate for the Orange Unified School District Board of Trustees. First and foremost, I believe in the importance of mutual respect and cooperation. It's essential for fostering a positive and inclusive environment where all students can thrive. As a school board member, I will prioritize collaboration and open communication, ensuring that everyone has a voice in shaping the direction of our schools. My 25 years of experience in supply chain has taught me time and again that the best way forward can only be found when all points of views are considered. Stability is also key to provide a nurturing and supportive environment for our students to learn and grow. As a parent, especially over the COVID years, I witnessed firsthand the impact of instability can have on a child's academic and emotional well-being. I thank the board and the district for setting the standard during those confusing times. And as a board member, I will work to ensure that our board provides bedrock stability for our students and teachers. We owe it to our children to give them the support and resources they need to succeed. I'm also deeply committed to enhancing achievement for all students of our district. Every child, regardless of their background or circumstance, deserves access to high-quality education that will prepare them for success in college, career, and in life. I will advocate for policies and initiatives that promote academic excellence, foster innovation, and provide students with the skills they need to thrive in the 21st century. Every student may not be on the college track, but every student deserves an opportunity. We live in changing times. Earlier this week, Assistant Superintendent Riviera shared with us candidates that OUSD is number 3 in enrollment variance among large Orange County school districts. I had to say that I was tremendously impressed by that performance. However, the ranking doesn't tell the whole story. Even at number 3, our enrollment is down 5.3% since 2019. Cooperation, stability, and academic options aren't just what's best for our schools and our students, but they will also enable us to attract more students. If appointed, my primary goal will be to make OUSD the top choice for parents in the area. My philosophy aligns with the school district's mission: to inspire learners of today to be purposeful leaders of tomorrow. If appointed, my aim will be to focus on our students, parents, teachers, and district staff to ensure that we deliver on this mission. As a parent, I'm deeply committed to ensuring that our schools provide a safe, supportive, and nurturing environment where every child can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Members of the board, I, Brian Harrington, humbly ask for your support and for your vote. Together, let's work together for a brighter future for our students and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Chad Zimmerman.
Board Chair Page, Orange Unified Trustees, Superintendent Gonzalez, student representatives, and to all the residents in attendance or remote, hello, my name is Chad Zimmerman. I want to thank you for your time and consideration for the position of trustee of Orange Unified School District Area 4. I have been an OUSD parent for the past 14 years. I have a daughter who is a senior at Villa Park High School and a son who graduated from there in 2022. Both of my kids also went to Serrano Elementary and Cerro Villa Middle School. My wife and I attended and graduated from public schools elsewhere, and we have been very happy with the teachers, staff, and curriculum at these OUSD schools that have helped our kids to be successful students. We are advocates for the district, and that is why I am here tonight. A little history about me. I have a degree in computer science from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. I started my professional career as a software developer writing code for the Department of Defense, and then for a large telecommunication company and a few others. I moved up into management at a local bank where I ran a help desk and eventually had responsibility for all information technology and operations. I was then a founding member of a cloud hosting and IT services company, which was quite successful and eventually sold and absorbed by a larger company. I advanced to the C-suite in the job after that, where I became Chief Information Officer and Chief Technology Officer. That company was acquired last year, and since then I have continued consulting as a Chief Technology Officer for my own firm. I've worked on creating new transformations for large language models to enhance artificial intelligence, and I believe my experience as a technology leader brings a new perspective to this board that could be very valuable. In my free time, I've been very active in the community and have volunteered to help where I've been able to. I was a Cub Scout, Cub Master and Indian Princess Den Chief for my son and daughter, respectively. I've also joined the Villa Park Rotary Club. I've served as president, assistant district governor, vocational chair, and since 2020, I have been the Youth Avenue of Service chair. Last year, I also joined the Villa Park Community Services Foundation and serve as vice chair of that organization. Through my volunteering and participation, I've been very active at all of the OUSD schools in my area, helping with programs like the Rotary Teacher Grants, a speech contest and essay contest designed to reward excellence in students, sponsoring multiple clubs and athletic or art programs, or just helping out at Campus Care Day or working with the schools to repaint a library. I've also served on many boards, both in my professional and volunteer capacities, which has given me experience that will benefit the OUSD board. I was a director on the board of Orange County Sanitation District, which has a budget around $500 million, so I have first-hand knowledge of maintaining large budgets. And I have been on the Orange County Library Advisory Board, and I'm familiar with how the library system works from my years there. I spent 4 years on the Villa Park and Orange Unified School District City Schools Committee, which met with the trustees to review activities of the City of Villa Park. And I'm also currently on the Santiago Canyon College Foundation Board, where I am an advocate for all the programs and fantastic opportunities that are available on that campus. In 2018, I ran for office and was elected as city councilman for the City of Villa Park. The City of Villa Park overlaps partially with Orange Unified School District Trustee Area 4, so there is at least a portion of the voters in this region who have previously voted for me for that other position. I ran for office in Villa Park when there was a lot of contention and unruly disagreement, sound familiar, at council meetings. And one of my most significant achievements was to bring a modicum of civility to the proceedings, as much as I could do on my own side to treat others respectfully, even when we disagreed. All of those meetings are available to view on the city YouTube channel, so people in this area can see how I have acted for those 4 years to fairly represent all viewpoints in the city. I believe in transparency of elected officials and as a board member, and I stand by my history. I think that board members should tell the people why they make the decisions that they do to foster goodwill within the district. Like the OUSD District 4 area position, the council position I held is nonpartisan. And even though I am a Democrat and all four other members of that council were Republicans, I was selected to lead the group as mayor pro tem and then as mayor. I attribute this to finding common ground with my elected peers, my strong commitment to representing all of the people in my constituency, and a recognition of the great goal we all had to serve the community that I was elected by. I would commit to doing the same with Orange Unified School District in this position, especially in making myself available to the people in this district. I believe that even though there have been some heated arguments, the trustees I see on this board here have committed to making OUSD the best that it can be, and I think that I can help in that goal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Armando Perez Cerrato.
Wow, you said that really good. Thank you. Hi there. Hi there. Hi there. I'm Armando Perez Cerrato. I go by Mando, bilingual, speak English and Spanish. A little bit about me and my family. My grandparents came to Orange in 1940s. My grandfather picked oranges. My grandmother picked strawberries. I went to Esplanade Elementary, so I'm representing a little bit today. My mother worked at Esplanade as a noon duty supervisor and volunteer for decades, Consuelo Perez. So a little bit about me. I went to Esplanade, I went to Santiago, went to Almadena. After Almadena, I went to UCLA. I came back to Orange Unified and worked as a substitute teacher. I've worked as substitute teacher at Placentia Yorba Linda and Newport Mesa. For the past 13 years, I've worked for Magnolia School District, which can be verified in special ed. I work today in K1, so I'll be there. I understand all the parents and the speakers earlier on what they're looking for. So That's almost 20 years experience in public schools. I've worked in every single classroom, both general ed and special ed. I understand what every child is going to go through from one year to the next. I've also worked with adults, a disability program at Santiago Canyon College. I've also worked in-home ABA therapy for 6 years. So pretty much a lot of experience of what you're looking for. All my family lives in Orange, so I have ties to Orange. No special interests, no Ledesma action, no minor action, none of that. I did my homework and I watch what these meetings are like. It's like I'm watching a reality TV show for free. So I'm not interested in bickering or yelling or disrespecting any of the board members, which I saw a lot of. I'm not interested in yelling at any parent or any adult. I think that's very disrespectful. So in closing, one thing that maybe you might have noticed or not noticed, that I'm technically still right now a Democratic candidate for president of the United States. Armando Mando Perez Cerrato. So I got 45,000 votes here in California, but that's okay. In 2022, I was a candidate for California governor. And in 2021, I was one of the recalled Democrats for California governor. So my 5th grade teacher at Esplanade said, Armando, you can do whatever you want to do. And to this day, that inspires me. Thank you.
Thank you. David Scott.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Gonzalez, friends. Last month, I had the honor of speaking here, and I mentioned that I was a 3rd-generation OUSD student, that my children are 4th-generation OUSD students, and I ended up talking a little bit about my family history, my side of family history, and then a couple days after that, my mother-in-law called. She wanted to remind me that she spent 17 years in the 70s and 80s teaching at OUSD schools, teaching music, and loved it and did it until funding ran out. My wife and I are both OUSD alums. My wife was at Riverdale, El Rancho, and Canyon. I was at Palmyra, Santiago, Elmo, and then Richland. My wife was a dancer, and then she was a President's Honor Award winner. I don't even know about that. I was in Chambers and in volleyball. Same district, different experience. We have 3 kids here. Our oldest is in 6th grade. He's in GATE, he's in robotics, he's in honors orchestra. Math comes easy to him. School comes easy to him. He's easygoing. He's an easy kid to raise. He's almost more like a roommate than a kid. Our daughter's in 2nd grade. She's beautiful. She loves to sing and dance and color, but she talks in class and she has trouble sitting in her seat and she gets distracted easily. And we've learned to grow reading in her, but she doesn't like math and loses her math book about every week. And sometimes on Monday morning, she cries because school is hard. And our youngest child is in TK. And he has spent more time in a hospital and having surgeries than probably any kid or any adult he'll ever come across in his life. And he's learning and he's growing and he's making friends, but he's also coming to terms with the fact that he's different than his peers, and they're aware of that. And sometimes they say things about that, and that's hard. He has an IEP. Life for him is and will continue to be harder, both physically and mentally. Same district, different experience. The job of the school board is to set direction, to create a supportive and encouraging environment for our students, for our teachers, for our parents, to be the voice of the areas that you are trustees of, to create the LCAP. And it would be nice to have the school plan for student achievement that sometimes goes with those LCAPs. It's kind of one of those, you get the LCAP, it's kind of like going to a doctor and getting the diagnosis, but not getting the SPSA and not having the treatment plan. Just a thought about that. But the point is that I want to make, my last 2 minutes, is that there's a lot of great candidates here tonight. A lot of them smart, dedicated, great leaders in their own right. And I feel confident that I can stand toe-to-toe with most of them. I feel comfortable saying that. But what makes me special is my direct relation to an incredible amount of different experiences here in Orange Unified School District. If you want to know how the decisions made in those seats affect the families in this community, I doubt you'll find a voice as diverse and dedicated and willing to share in an honest and constructive way than mine. From the beautiful dancing honor student to her overachieving son, to a little girl who's creative but easily distracted, to a little boy who has an IEP with all the physical and emotional hurdles that are going to come with that, to a mother-in-law who taught, loved it, but had to leave, but still loves this school, to an entire family of 4 generations that have stuck with this school district through the highs and the lows, no matter what, to a kid that had to leave Elmo because of traumatic experience and go to continuation high school in Richland. I'm blessed and honored to be all that and more. I'm a loving and serving Christian preacher who chose willingly to be a daytime dad. I've demonstrated for years a willingness to be involved and gladly giving up my time to my community. And whether or not I'm on the board, I'm going to continue to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Fred Smoller.
Thank you for having me. My name is Fred Smoller. I'm on the faculty at Chapman University. I've lived in the Orange Unified School District for 40 years. My wife is a retired teacher, and my son, who's now 37, lives in New York. The district's strategic plan lists excellence in academics as the district's top priority. One measure of academic excellence is the percentage of graduates who go on to college. As someone who's taught at the collegiate level at 3 schools for 45 years, 2 of them public, I thought I could help the district achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the candidates for Area 4. We will move on to Area 7. And first we have Michelle Byerly.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Gonzalez, and members of the Orange Unified School District community. My name is Michelle Byerly, and it's with great enthusiasm and a deep commitment to our children's future that I'm here today as a candidate for appointment to position of trustee in Area 7. I'm honored to be considered for this vital role in shaping the educational landscape of our district. For the past 17 years, Orange has been my home, and my 4 children attend schools in our district. 1 school, 1 drop-off for the next 2 years. As a parent and in my work in the nonprofit sector, I've seen firsthand the incredible impact that our schools have had on our children's lives. I'm deeply passionate about public education and ensuring that every child has access to high-quality education, regardless of their background or circumstances. My passion for public education, combined with my experience in the nonprofit sector, uniquely positions me to serve effectively on the board. In my various roles in the nonprofit sector in Orange County, I led programs that provided crucial services for children and families, including programs for children and adults with special needs and foster youth mentoring. This experience is giving me a deep understanding of the diverse needs of our students and the importance of inclusive and equitable educational practices, as well as experience as a member of the Orange County Child Care Planning Council. As the executive director of a nonprofit organization and with my educational background in public administration, I've worked to provide resources, professional development, and advocacy to hundreds of nonprofits each year. I understand the value of collaboration and community engagement in achieving our shared goals. In my work in LA County, I've worked in partnership with First 5 LA County Department of Arts and Culture, Long Beach Unified School District, various cities and foundations to ensure that communities have the resources they need to thrive. And I can bring that experience here to Orange and to the district. As a facilitator of boards in the nonprofit sector, I also understand the role of the board and how that differs from the role of administrators, teachers, and staff. I understand that not all trustees may see each item or decision in the same way, and I would approach those discussions with curiosity and respect, demonstrating strong governance and informed decision-making. My involvement as a parent volunteer at Linda Vista Elementary School has further deepened my commitment to our school's success. Serving as the PTA auditor, I've had the privilege of being a part of an active and supportive school community, along with excellent administrators, teachers, and parents that are all supporting our students' experience in education. Parent involvement is critical for our kids, and as a trustee, I would welcome public engagement. Our students have faced many challenges over the past few years, and I would support the administration in continuing to identify ways to close the achievement gap and provide resources for social and emotional support, and most of all, highlighting our amazing schools and students in the district. I'm deeply invested in the success of Orange Unified School District, and I'm eager to contribute my skills, experience, and passion to the board. I humbly ask for your support and your vote to join you and serve as trustee in Area 7. Thank you for considering my application, and thank you all for your dedication to our students.
Up next, Brian Mull.
Good evening. I am Brian Mull, and I appreciate you guys listening to me tonight, everyone. Maybe some of you have had an experience like I had today where giving some supposedly sage advice to one of your children comes back to haunt you. A couple days ago, my son was getting ready for an exit interview with a professor at his college, which had some bearing on whether he'd get an internship in his senior year or not. And he came to me and said, "Dad, what should I say?" And very profoundly, I said, "Son, just be yourself. They'll love you. Everything will be okay." So this morning, of course, I get up and I'm walking around thinking about this evening. And he gets up and I say, "Hey, I'm speaking in front of the board tonight. What should I say?" And he gets this huge grin on his face and says, "Dad, be yourself. You'll be great. It'll all work out." So anyways, I'm going to try to do that. I have a breadth of experience at Orange Unified School District. I was a student from second grade to completion here. I taught at Orange High School for 114 years. Actually, about 32 years. Enjoyed every moment. I have 3 sons who all went through K through 12 in Orange Unified and had a great experience. They're all graduated now. I also, while at Orange High, had some experience on the leadership team and the management team as activities director of the school. And when I was working towards my degree and my credential, I actually held a couple classified positions here in the district as a substitute caller, and I actually delivered food in one of the trucks for a while. So I have a breadth of experience in Orange Unified and have, I think, some idea of how it operates. And I should say 99% of those experiences were positive the whole time I was here. So today I'm going to talk to you about a couple of accomplishments in my professional educational career that I believe maybe share some characteristics that I think could possibly be valuable for a school board. In the 9 years I was activities director, ASB advisor at Orange High School, we decided to participate in the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society's Pennies for Patients drive. We were able to motivate students, faculty, staff, and community members to unite behind a common goal. And what happened was, for 5 years in a row, even though thousands of schools across the United States were participating, we were the top donating school for 5 years in a row. And I think what was important is that the students not only learned selflessness and compassion, they learned what can happen when people come together and work towards a common vision. In that same vein, if you guys have the opportunity to see an event at El Medina, at the El Medina High School gym, you'll look up in the rafters and you'll see lots of banners, lots of sports teams that have been incredibly successful, and it lists all their league championships. There's one particular banner that looks a little different, and it's the El Medina men's tennis banner, and there's 1 year on it, 2019. I had the great honor and privilege to coach the 2019 El Medina men's tennis team. I had a bunch of fine young men who overachieved, and because they believed if we worked hard together and stuck together as a team, we could accomplish something that had never been accomplished before at El Medina. And they won the league championship. And I think, again, they learned what happens when you purposefully work together. And it was a great experience for them and for me. Finally, excuse me, I'd like to leave you just with some words of encouragement and inspiration that have always meant a lot to me. It's a quote that many of you probably know from Margaret Mead, and I think I'm going to get it accurately. And it says, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed people can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has." So, anyways, I appreciate everyone's time. Good luck with your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Brian Nee.
Don't start. Did I start anytime? Yeah. Okay. President Page, fellow trustees, Superintendent Gonzalez, student board members, OUSD stakeholders, and my family who are at home supporting me tonight. Couldn't be here, they had to eat dinner. So, my name is Brian Nee. I am a girl dad. I'm a first grader and soon to be kindergartner at Fletcher Academy's fabulous Mandarin immersion program. My wife, Carolyn, and I have lived in OUSD the past 12 years, and we are glad to call this place our home. As a parent, I have a vested interest in the success of our district for our family, neighbors, and the greater OUSD community. I am the product of a public education from kindergarten through graduate school, starting my primary education in Saddleback Valley in South Orange County, to UC Davis for my undergrad, go Ags, to my MBA at UC Irvine's Mirage Business School, zot. Public education has given me a pathway to many achievements. Ultimately, it's bringing me to this podium tonight. In my younger years at Saddleback Valley, I watched my parents advocate for my younger brother, who was born with a moderate intellectual disability. I watched my parents work through the special education program, from individual education plans, contentious school meetings, and even coming to school board meetings like this to fight on his behalf. The resilience and strength displayed by my parents and brother in the face of obstacles serve as a constant reminder of the importance of truly understanding and valuing individuals, regardless of our initial assumptions. I advocate for a school district that prioritizes the accessibility and equity for students like my brother, and as much as students like myself. Public schools should be an enriching place for all students. At UC Davis, I developed a profound love for education and community. With my friends and alumni I've met over the years, I've developed my ethos and volunteerism. After graduation, I became involved with the UC Davis Alumni Association of Orange County, serving as the scholarship committee chair. I've interviewed many students from OUSD, and eventually rising to become president of the chapter. Over the years, I've dedicated my time to various causes, such as being a BIG with the Big Brothers program, serving as club leadership with the Mirage Student Association, and leading as a volunteer captain and training my leader for the AIDS life cycle. As a busy parent juggling work and family life, I actively participate in Fletcher PTSA and will be taking on a role within the executive committee in the next year. Drawing on my valuable MBA education from my time at UC Irvine's Business School, my career took a trajectory that I never would have expected. Currently, I hold the position of Senior Manager of Portfolio Governance at Mattel, where I oversee and provide financial governance for a substantial budget over $200 million, covering operational spend and our capital expenditures, specifically in technology. I believe this experience has equipped me with valuable skills and insights I believe that will be unique and greatly benefit the board as a whole. Diverse perspectives and experiences make a board stronger, and this board currently needs someone who has strong financial acumen to protect public education. I see the future where OUSD is a beacon of excellence in education, offering every child the chance to flourish no matter their background or abilities. This vision fuels my advocacy for student-centered policies, a diverse and inclusive culture, unwavering accountability across our district. This approach extends beyond our students to encompass our dedicated teachers and staff who labor tirelessly to nurture our children. My aim is to facilitate meaningful and transparent dialogues, fostering not just only communication between the board and specific members of the community, but also engaging with our passionate parents, our dedicated teachers, and the diverse groups that play a crucial role in shaping the well-being of our children. Through fostering dialogue, we can gain a deeper understanding of our present reality and learn how to listen and support one another effectively. While we have a strong foundation here, I believe there's always room to grow. We can be prioritizing academic achievement, maintaining our facilities better, and integrating technology more effectively. I'm confident we can drive our district towards greater success. And I just want to say, for those of you who've been listening and you're kind of dropping off, I do want to say, let's listen to the words of Whitney Houston. I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride and make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us of how we used to be. This is a very beautiful thing that she has written. I think it's great. Go on YouTube if you need to figure out who Whitney Houston is. But with that, I just to say this, I do implore the board here today, please pick the best candidate, right? And we need someone to serve this wonderful community. And then my kids are still here. Please make sure that they have a great education. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Mark Lansden.
Hello, yes, good evening. My name's Mark Lansden. I'm a longtime citizen of Orange. My candidate sheet that's online did a really nice job, I thought, of representing who I am, what I'm about, my thoughts, my beliefs. But I would like to elaborate a little bit and add some color to that. I did graduate locally from El Medina High School in 1978. I was accepted as a freshman at the University of Oregon, and 4 years later, after graduating with a business finance degree, I came back to town here and started a career and went to graduate school at Cal State Fullerton. Got an MBA in 87. And in 83, I was hired by a S&P 500 insurance company, USF&G, as a surety bond underwriter trainee. 36 years later, in 2019, I retired. During the 36 years, my career advanced significantly. About the last, say, 5 to 10 years, I was vice president of another company. And in that role, I had about 18 branches across the country that I was responsible for. I was responsible for about $50 million in annual revenues, and I was responsible for about $5 billion of open surety bonds. And My company thought very highly of my skill set. My colleagues thought highly of my skill sets. I'm very good at analyzing situations and making spectacular decisions. Our reinsurance partners also thought I did a really nice job of analyzing the situation and making solid decisions as well. In addition to my normal day-to-day activities, I was involved in several special projects. One of the projects that I was involved in, I did a lobbying trip to Washington, D.C., where I spoke with and educated and advocated for the surety industry to all the, not all, several congressmen as well as their staffs about what the surety industry is all about and what difference it makes to the taxpayers and the general commerce. Throughout my career, it's been my experience that nobody knows what a surety bond is. And it's the second oldest industry in the history of the world. It's the primary storyline of Shakespeare's play, Merchants of Venice. And last year, it generated $9.5 billion of revenues in the United States. So it's a big deal, even though nobody knows what it is. Nearly every single public works project is a bonded project. Schools, freeways, fire stations, city halls, parks, swimming pools, boat ramps, dams, pick one. They're all over the place. There's bonds all over the place. In the simplest terms, the surety guarantees the fulfillment of other people's obligations, somewhat similar to what a parent does when they co-sign a loan for their children. So besides having a fulfilling career, I have been happily married for 37 years to my first wife. And I enjoy a lot of activities, including traveling across different places in the world. Been to the Galapagos, I've been fishing in Alaska, wine tasting in Italy, and most recently, river cruising in Holland. Cooking is one of my favorite hobbies. Barbecuing, breakfast, carnitas. I like food, you know. Anyways, thank you very much for listening and for your consideration.
Thank you. Up next, Oliver Lopez.
Honorable Board of Trustees and OUSD staff, parents, and community members, thank you for this awesome and daunting opportunity to be appointed for the vacancy in District 7. First of all, I want to assure you that I understand the job. I understand my role as a potential trustee, the duties, responsibilities, limitations, who I would be accountable to, and that the board serves and functions as a unit. I understand that while I may be appointed to District 7, I would represent the well-being and interests of all students in the district. I understand the organizational and leadership structure in the district, and I understand the purview of the Board of Trustees and their working relationship with the superintendent, his officers, and the collaboration necessary with the community of schools, families, to continue to promote the goals of this district. Know that I'm committed to conducting myself in a way that would make my family proud, and that I don't seek to put any undue burden or stress on the board or this district. What I bring is an incredible story of academic and professional success from humble beginnings. My parents, my brother, and I immigrated from Mexico when I was 5 years old. My parents worked minimum wage jobs, eventually became business owners and homeowners here in the city of Orange. And yet for me, my education started here in the city of Orange, in Orange Unified. I attended West Orange Elementary, Portola Middle School, Orange High School, and over the past 35 years, I've lived in 3 of the 7 districts. My brothers and I are proud products of this school district, my older brother graduating from Orange High School, my younger brother from Villa Park High School. And while my family and I work to provide my 5-year-old son with additional resources to be ready for a mainstream classroom, I also look forward to being a parent, a proud parent of an OUSD student. With my parents' support and guidance from my teachers, I've achieved a lot through my educational journey. I have dual degrees from Chapman University in mathematics and computer science, a master's in applied mathematics from Cal State University Fullerton, and a PhD in biostatistics from the University of Southern California. I want our students to benefit from opportunities that I've benefited from this district, because I believe in our school district. I have the passion for public education for all, while providing resources for students from marginalized communities. I have over 15 years of experience in management of local and statewide nonprofit organizations with a focus on charity, access to education, leadership, mentoring high school students, STEM education for high school students, and often serving as a trustee, board member, chair, or just an advisory to the board. I'm an experienced problem solver, consensus builder, and budget overseer, practice with helping organizations align their budget goals with their mission and their values. I have a unique mixture of professional experiences from industry research as a biostatistician and as a current Southern California Kaiser Institutional Review Board member, where I'm tasked with protecting human research participants in clinical trials. Both of those roles require me to follow local, state, and federal guidance. I work in the community as an associate professor of mathematics at Chapman University, where aside from my teaching responsibilities, and mentoring endeavors, I also invest myself in the local community, reaching out and supporting STEM initiatives and higher education outreach. I live in Orange. I work in Orange. I own a home in Orange. I volunteer in Orange. And I'm invested in the success of our public education system and the students it supports. What you can expect from me as your colleague and fellow trustee is that I will not be a distraction. I will do what I can to help this body move on from the recent challenges so that we can continue the good work in supporting our community and schools. I will join this board with the trust that we all have a common mission and heart to lead together. I will be a builder, a thought partner, a collaborator, seeking to meet you where you are, regardless of the issue, to listen, and even when we disagree, to do so respectfully and to seek a compromise. I will come prepared. I will seek to learn what I don't know, and I will seek to apply what I do know. If appointed, and if I'm as effective as I hope to be, I would be open to exploring running and to be eventually chosen by the people of my district to participate in this role in the future. OUSD has given so much to my family, to myself, and I want to give back. I want to serve. Thank you for all of your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Kunzman.
Hello, trustees and superintendent. My name is Lisa Kunzman. I have lived in the city of Orange since 2011. I work as an athletic trainer for Santa Ana Unified, where I really actually work. You can look it up. I'm an actual employee there. I've worked in public education for over 20 years. I started at Costa Mesa High School from 2003 to 2005. I've been at Century High School since the spring of 2005 through now. I decided to get involved in this because I'm not really a fan of chaos. It's kind of like part of my job. Calm it down, you come in bleeding, clean it up, calm it down, you go back to practice, life is good. I didn't like the direction the board was going with all the stuff that was happening. It was a little out there. I have a 4-year-old son. He is not in Orange Unified yet, but he will be. We're looking at Jordan Academy for dual immersion Spanish because that's a great looking program. Yay! I also sympathize with what the classified employees and the certificated staff went through. Having a dysfunctional board is no fun. You don't really get anywhere with anything. Like, that's not how it should be. And for sure, the point of the board is to make sure that the kids, the parents, and the community are engaged and informed and everything is transparent. I look at the school district's job is to like make sure the kids can succeed. So each grade level is going to give a kid a tool. So in order to get from kindergarten out the door in 12th grade with whatever direction they want to go, if they want to be a professional, go to a university, become a plumber, whatever. We should be able to put those tools in their tool basket and make them go out the door into the world and be successful. And in order to make that happen, we really need to make sure both the certificated and classified staffs have what they need. So, and all school sites should be funded at a pretty like even level. I mean, I know there's some have higher enrollment or lower enrollment, but to make sure that everybody can get what they need at each site for the kids to put tools in their tool basket and head out into the world and be successful. I think the goal of our board should be more on improving instruction and learning. We really should make sure that our decisions are beneficial for everybody involved, from the kids to the community, everybody, staff, everybody. For sure, we need to be fiscally responsible because when my son is 4, when he's like 18, I still want there to be a OUSD that's viable so he can still go here. And I really think we need to be more transparent with the public for sure because the past like year and a half, not so good. I also think we need to stick to making decisions that are necessary and nothing that is out there because that does nothing for anybody. So thank you for considering me, and that's the end of my comments.
Thank you. Up next is Stephen Glass.
Okay. I'd like to say good evening to the esteemed board members, to Superintendent Gonzalez, and to the community. Tonight I have the privilege to share my vision, a vision deeply rooted in the community here in Orange, and a vision to unite us all in the pursuit of educational excellence. I want to start off with a mnemonic, and that mnemonic is unite. I want to begin with the letter U, understanding. My journey in Orange began in 1998 as a history teacher at Santiago Charter Middle School. This city, unknown to me before, soon became the cornerstone of my personal and professional life. It was at Orange High School, where I served as the activities director, that I met a remarkable PE teacher and softball coach. She would later become my wife, and together we would continue to build our lives within this community. The second letter is N, nurturing. While our relationship blossomed within the halls and walls of Orange High School, it led us to a heartfelt ceremony at the Dome, where we were surrounded by colleagues, students, and friends who had supported us through our journey. This union marked not only the merging of our lives, but also our shared commitment to nurturing the potential of every student we encountered. The next letter is I, investment. When it came time to choose a school for our daughter, and later for my nephews, there was no question that Palmyra Elementary School was our first choice. The dedication and excellence demonstrated by the outstanding teachers such as Mrs. Wood, Ms. Choi, Ms. Rowe, Mrs. A. Campbell, and Ms. L. Campbell assured us that our children were in capable hands. Their commitment to fostering a nurturing and educationally environment aligns perfectly with our family's values. The next letter is T for transformation. These personal experiences have inspired my professional dedication to transforming educational environments. My tenure at various educational institutions such as Compton High School, Buena Park High School, and now at Long Beach State as distinguished faculty in residence has been marked by initiatives aimed at increasing inclusivity and accessibility, significantly improving student enrollment and success rates, particularly for underrepresented groups. E, empowerment. I'm committed to empowering our educators and students, and I stand before you eager to be an active part of the solution on this school board, driving forward initiatives that ensure every child, regardless of background, has access to the same high-quality education as my daughter and my nephews. The possibility of serving on this board excites me. It is a profound act of service, an opportunity to give back to a community that has enriched my family's life, and to champion the educational equity and excellence that has made such a difference. So to unite is to build on our shared experiences and commitments. It stands for understanding our roots, nurturing our connections, investing in our future, transforming our practices, and empowering our community. Together, with your support and with your collaboration, I am confident we can create an educational system that is a beacon of hope and achievement. Let us unite and turn our shared vision into a powerful reality. Thank you so much for considering my dedication to this beloved community and to this vital role. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Jeannie Stumke.
Good evening. Thanks for having us all here tonight. The good news is that I'm the last candidate. Take a deep breath, my husband said. My name is Jeannie Stemke, and I've lived in Orange more than 40 years. My family is deeply rooted in Orange, city of Orange. We have 4 generations of Orange High graduates. And our 5th generation is now going to Santiago Elementary and to Esplanade. And my husband's grandfather was the chief of police here in Orange as well. That tells you how much we've been here. My main work history is 10 plus years as an insurance adjuster, 15 plus years as an HR director, and 10 plus years working in law offices. My current job, sorry, nervous, caregiver for my autistic granddaughter who attends Esplanade. My volunteer activities have included carnival chairperson, PTA president, noon supervisor. We had kids club when my kids were in elementary school. I've been a band color guard mom, a band booster president. I have done administrative work for the Orange International Street Fair, and I'm currently the vice president of our bowling league. I'm invested in the public education. I believe in public education. I support everything that we do here at Orange Unified. I believe that ethics means doing the right thing, even when nobody else is looking. And I thank you again. I'm done.
Thank you. That concludes all of the candidates. And
Madam President, may I ask what happened to the first candidate that's
we
on our
have the
list?
first candidate listed as, hold on, let me scroll back up. Melissa Chellis. She did not attend tonight.
Oh, so she's, okay.
I want to thank all of the candidates for sharing their stories, insights, and their vision for OUSD. That was a lot of information, not just that we read in the last week from their thorough applications, but also through the stories that they just shared tonight. So I would like to ask my colleagues if we can take a 5-minute break to review our notes and then reconvene at 7:10. Are you all?
Do you mind if we hear public comments before we take a break, just so that we can, I would like to.
Okay, then
And
let's
then-
reverse that and hear public comment first.
If you don't mind.
But we
I just have a question. Then we have public comment for 4A and B.
Correct.
And then we also have the candidates outside, and I think our plan was to bring them back in. So would you like us to lead them back in before the public comment?
Yes. Okay, so Trustee Erickson, can you please call
Sure. Actually, you know what? I just want to say we have 11 cards. I thought we had 10. I would hope, can we just do 3 minutes each since there's 11?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So the first speaker is Alexander Tran. Second is Tamara Scott. And third is Mark Hurd.
All right. All right, well, I'm ready to go. So, dear Board of Education, I speak to you concerning one of our applicants to replace a vacancy in Trustee Area 4, Chad Zimmerman. Despite his years of experience as a public official, I believe that Mr. Zimmerman does not have the interests of this district at heart, nor its students. As the youth chair of the Rotary Club of Villa Park, Mr. Zimmerman has bullied students who have not gone along with his personal and political agendas. I can personally testify to this, as Mr. Zimmerman has worked tirelessly to remove me from my position within Interact Club, a youth organization within high schools that is conjoined with Rotary International. Despite the fact that Rotary and Interact are apolitical organizations, Mr. Zimmerman moved to reprimand me simply for my political activities, in particular my blog posts. In deference, I took down my blog because I wanted to continue my capacity within Interact. To my amusement, he doubled down, even going as far as attempting to strip Interact Club of their financial support from Rotary if I became president. His lack of understanding of people's freedom of speech should be concerning, especially when this board ousted John Ortega as board president on this similar premise. I would also like to reiterate my credentials for the role, as I previously held a leadership position within the club for the past 2 years. Instead, a president of his choice was placed, an underclassman who held less than a year of leadership position within the club. His attempt to withhold me from a position that I very much deserve was successful, not because of my inabilities, but rather his flagrant bullying of my 2 presidents. In fact, during a conversation with my 2 club presidents, Mr. Zimmerman considered withholding scholarships from them if they did not follow along with his agendas. The lack of discernment for students should be concerning, especially if he were to be tasked to lead a district with over 26,000 students. Mr. Zimmerman and his bullying has no place in our schools, let alone our Board of Education. I strongly urge that you reject Mr. Zimmerman's application to represent Trustee Area 4. And as the only student who represents a school site in Trustee Area 4, I do ask that you nominate somebody who has a genuine concern over students, and as well as somebody who could provide necessary insight and pertinent insight to our education system here in Orange Unified. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Tamara Scott, and following Tamara Scott, we have Mark Hurd.
Good evening. I am Tamara Scott. I am, of course, the wife of applicant David Scott. And I'm just here to speak tonight from a maybe slightly biased perspective to share his and our value of higher education and education in general. So just wanted to share what he's done for our whole family. From the start of our relationship, he was extremely supportive of my pursuit of higher education. And I was in the process of getting my bachelor's degree even as we got married, in the middle of the semester. And his job at that time is what supported my goals and my ability to complete that degree. Later on, I also was able to pursue my master's degree from UC Irvine, all while he supported us in the background with his job and his career. And I would not have been able to do that without him. Because of that, he sacrificed his own ability to pursue a higher education during those years. And I just have to say, I'm very appreciative of that. And he's enabled me to have the career that I have now. And our children, I think, have been given an extremely valuable, valuable insight into the ability to support higher education. And he was with me in every step of that. He talked me through my capstone project. He supported me in being able to study and spend as many hours as I needed pursuing that. And he lovingly called them single parent Saturdays while I did that. So I think as much as those diplomas have my name on them, he equally shares in that success with me. And they could also share his name. Thank you very much for listening.
Mark Hurd, and then following Mark Hurd is, it looks like Angie Guzman.
I'm not as technologically advanced as Chad is, so I apologize. Thank you for your time to allow me to voice my support for Chad Zimmerman for Area 4 Trustee. I have lived within the district in Villa Park since 1996, and I've known Chad for probably 10 years now through our mutual involvement in the Rotary Club of Villa Park. And I use the term involvement rather than membership because from day one of my involvement with Villa Park Rotary, he has been involved in virtually every project, committed his time and energy to those projects, demonstrating the primary motto of Rotary International, which is service above self. I've also gotten to know him through his involvement with the vocational services avenue of service at Villa Park Rotary and with youth services. And I have seen his demeanor in dealing with the schools within Villa Park, whether it's Villa Park Elementary, Serrano, Cerro Villa, or Villa Park High School. I also helped coach his kids as a volunteer attorney coach in the Villa Park High School mock trial team and found them to be quite energetic, well more so than Allie, dedicated and hardworking. And I think that you can take a page from that upbringing as to show his approach to how he will approach all of the children within the district. I've also gotten to know Chad through his involvement with the Villa Park City Council, which could be characterized at times as being somewhat divisive. But Chad handled everything through the Villa Park City Council with a great deal of congeniality, respect, and diplomacy, such that even if he disagreed with other council members, the impression that I got is that those council members always felt that they were heard because he listens. There was a quote that I was given by Christy Covington, a longtime kindergarten teacher at Serrano, where she said that Chad is a kind, considerate, and generous. He is an active listener that considers all sides, perspectives, and issues, and he is a voice of reason with strong support for our schools. And she concludes that with 4 heart emojis. So I thank you for your time. I would like to tell the beekeeper story, but we don't have enough time. But I want to thank you for your consideration for Chad as trustee.
Thank you. Angie Guzman, and after that would be Kirk Benson, followed by Brenda, Brenda Areli, I'm not sure, can you read that?
Areli?
Yeah. Is it say Sanchez? Okay, sorry, Sanchez.
Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Angie Guzman. I'd like to share a little bit about my experience working with David Scott. I am the Patient and Family Experience Program Specialist at Chalk Hospital, and I oversee our Family Advisory Council. I've had the pleasure of working with David, who has participated and volunteered his time on the Family Advisory Council for the past 1.5 years. David leads with purpose to give back. It's his primary reason for volunteering at Chalk. In our monthly meetings, his input and feedback focuses on what will be the best interest, what's in the best interest for all, what will improve the patient and family experience for all who come to Chalk, not just for his family or for his son. He has a keen eye for process improvement, looking at what will make life easier for others in the hospital, improve the experience for all, and how can we get pertinent information to the masses. David has participated on parent panels to share his CHOC experience with our new nurses, to help encourage and empower them to be caring and compassionate. He does this by candidly sharing his family's long journey at CHOC. His openness has helped our resident nurses better understand what our CHOC families and patients face every single day. And it's a lot, and it's hard. Letting them know that it's the smallest gestures that can make the biggest impact. His sense of humor helps tell stories that may be a little uncomfortable to talk about. This is a gift that he has to help make others feel at ease. To summarize, David's character is that of kindness, caring, compassion, focus, and tenacity. David will be an asset to any council, board, or committee he chooses to be a part of. He has certainly been an asset to his participation and all that he gives at CHOC. Thank you.
Next is Kirk Benson, followed by Brenda Sanchez, followed by Frank Miller.
Hi, good evening. I'm here speaking on behalf of David Scott as a trustee appointee for District 4. There's a lot of nice things that I could tell you about David because he's a really good quality person, strong character, great conviction about what he believes in, passionate about that, and just really kind to everyone that he knows and comes into contact with. But you would probably expect all of that, right? So about a year ago, as David mentioned, he was chosen to be the preacher/minister at the Canyon Church where I attend. And every church family, of course, has needs, right? Just like every school district has needs. I don't have any idea what the needs are of the school district, other than being a parent of children that have gone to school. So I know a little bit about that, but not greatly what the needs are. But that every school district has needs, just like every church family does, right? And so in those needs, there's passionate voices behind that because there's vested interest from parents and teachers and all of the people who make up this organization. And those voices need to be heard, and they want to be heard, and they're passionate about that, right? So just like in our church family, in his first year as minister of the Canyon Church, David has moved our church family forward in some very, very meaningful ways by addressing the needs of our church family. And what I want most to share with you is how David accomplished this. And that is by very simply but quite intentionally meeting with people to listen to them. Everybody in our church family, again, has different needs, right? And they want those needs heard. They want their voices heard. They're passionate about that. So David would just come to listen to them. He certainly didn't do it by coming with any predetermined agenda about what he thought would be the best fixes for, the best solutions for everyone's concerns. Everybody can't get what they want, right? But David comes to listen. And I would characterize him as being naturally gifted at coming alongside people to listen to them, to understand where they're at, the concerns that they have, and to make sure that everyone's voice is heard and valued in order to achieve the best possible outcome for everyone. He's humble, he's patient, he's trustworthy. That's who he is. And I am confident, I know that he would bring all of those qualities to this position should you grant that for him. Thanks for listening.
Brenda Sanchez, Frank Miller, and then Monica T.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brenda Sanchez, and I have a child attending Fletcher Academy. I want to say a few words in regards to Mr. David Scott's character. Today, I stand before you to celebrate an individual whose dedication to success of our children knows no boundaries. Prior to attending TK at Fletcher, my child attended a preschool called Funko Prep, where Mr. David Scott was the president of the organization. Eventually, in my second year of Funko, I was able to work with Mr. David Scott as his vice president. Throughout my time at the preschool, Mr. David dedicated himself with the utmost respect, who showed attentiveness and care for the lives of the students and the parents at Funko. He was responsible for leading all board meetings, prepared agendas for all board meetings and general meetings, served as the membership chairperson and maintained a waiting list for all new parents, oriented new membership to Funko, giving tours and training on the days of training on their days for their specific jobs and responsibilities. He advised the fundraising party and auditor positions. He carried out any disciplinary action against any members for breaches of the handbook and bylaws. And this is just a little bit of what he did. He is a person whose commitment extends far beyond the call of duty. Mr. Scott is not just a coach. He is a mentor, a friend, and a beacon of inspiration. He goes above and beyond what is expected of him, tirelessly working to ensure that every child under his guidance not only excels but thrives. He understands that success isn't just about skills on the field or in the classroom, but about nurturing confidence, resilience, and character. And it is not just about the children. He extends his support to the parents, offering guidance, reassurance, and understanding. He covers for other parents, steps up when needed, and he never hesitates to lend a helping hand. Under him, the program was diverse with different cultures and religions, and he would always strive to make sure that everyone felt accepted and heard. I remember once when there was an event going on, there was going to be a taco bar, and he wanted to make sure that everyone could participate. So he asked that participating person to bring halal meat so that the Islamic family could also partake. And this little things like this showed me and everyone around our preschool that Mr. David is a person that cares about the individual. I know that if he joins the school board, he will bring that compassion and care with him. This is a man with a reason, and that's the reason why I, a person that lives in Tustin, decided to bring my child to Fletcher. Mr. David is a great example of what a true dedication looks like. He is a shining example of excellence and a reminder to all of us that the greatest victories are not won with trophies, degrees, titles, but with heart and intent. I'll say that again, intent.
Next up, Frank Miller, followed by Monica Turtidjaja. Yes.
Hi, I'm Frank. I'm a super proud dad of a kindergartner here in the district. I'm a homeowner in Area 4, and I'm a business owner here in Orange. This is all pretty new to me. You know, it's like I said, my daughter's a kindergartner, so I'm not going to pretend to understand the workings or the intricacies of the school board or really any other bureaucracy. I'm a blue-collar guy. But because I build things for a living, I know how important a good foundation is for things that come after that, and I know that there's crossover. When I was an apprentice, the guy that trained me taught me a lot of things, and not just about our trade, but life in general, and he taught me that showing up is a big deal. And I remember as a young man thinking how odd that was, that such a rudimentary thing was extolling virtue from him. But I showed up, and I learned, and I advanced. And what I came to understand is that showing up it was about more than that. It's what showing up meant. It's what it meant to the people around you and what it brought about. The reason I bring this up is I had the privilege of having Sarah Pelly as the principal for my daughter in her first year. And man, did she show up. I mean, I saw her more in the first month at my daughter's school when she started than I saw any of my principals, like in the entirety of time. And it's not because my daughter gets in trouble. Like that's not. I mean, 2 of her teachers are here, and they'll tell you she's got a strong personality, but you know that's not what it was. I mean, she was just there. I mean, it was drop off, pick up. Every meeting I went to, school clean. I mean, she was there. She knew all the kids' names. She knew my daughter's name in the first month, and you know, I think that's because she's special, but, you know, all parents think that. But I got the feeling from her, she thought that too. And whether or not she really did, I still felt that way. And I saw that not just with my daughter, I saw her care, just care. she knew the parents, she knew the kids, she wanted to help. Anytime I went to her with anything positive or negative, she listened, she was engaged, and helped or gave me guidance or let me know this is how things fall into place, because she's been there. She really understood the process and everything else. And I mean, what better foundation could you ask for someone that's looking out for the best interests of our students, our children? I couldn't recommend her anymore if I tried. That's it. She's great. Take her. Thank you.
Monica, followed by Kathy Moffitt, followed by Daniel Gray.
Okay. Good evening, trustees of the Orange Unified School District Board, superintendent, thank you, Orange USD leadership team, and members of the public. My name is Monica Tirtadijaya. Thank you for pronouncing my last name. And I'm a parent of 2 children who attend Fletcher Academy, and I'm also a resident within the Orange Unified School District boundary. I'm here today to support Ms. Sarah Pelly in filling one of the vacant positions on the Orange USD board. Ms. Pelly has 34 years of experience in education, initially as an elementary school teacher and then as a principal at Fletcher. With this many years of experience, Ms. Pelly understands what our children need to be successful. She also has a deep understanding of Orange Unified. I have known Ms. Pelly for over 5 years, as she was the principal of Fletcher Academy before she retired. As the principal of a school that offers both Mandarin and traditional program, Ms. Pelly had the experience of juggling support for both programs and exposure to diverse cultures to serve all students in the school. As the principal, Ms. Pelly prioritizes our students' needs and are collaborative with parents while also being protective of the district. Her experience and her willingness to serve our community would make her an excellent U.S. board trustee, Orange USD board trustees. And because she has served OUSD for many years, she will be able to serve our district starting from day one. This is important, especially considering the short-term nature of this position. Please consider Ms. Pelly for this position, as I believe she will serve our school well. Thank you.
Next up is Kathy Moffitt, followed by Daniel Gray, and last but not least, Darshan Smaladen.
Good evening, board. My name is Kathy Moffitt. As many of you know, I was a board member for many years, and I treasured that experience. It was during that time that many people asked me, because sometimes it's difficult, sometimes the way people hear about our activities, they go, why do you do that? Because sometimes it's not portrayed as easy, sometimes it isn't easy. But what I would always say is, because it's important work, and I always felt honored to be engaged in important work. And that's what you are all about today, is an important decision to fill vacancies that have been created by recent events. And I'm here to say, first of all, I am overwhelmed by the quality of the applicants that have come forward. And it warms my heart, and it makes me feel less sad that I'm not going to be up there with you. But that being said, I have to come forward and speak about 2 that I know better than I know some of the others, and to give them sort of an extra vote of confidence. And those 2 are Chad Zimmerman and Sarah Pelly. I think they both are excellent. I could say excellent about everybody that we have heard from tonight, but I have to tell you that these are people that I have known better than some of the others. Chad has, as he told you, a strong tie to OUSD. His children are in this district. He also has involvement with our schools in some of his other activities through Rotary and some of the other community service activities that he's been involved in. He has a history of community service, and that's important because that's what we do. He would be one of those people who would be involved, not just there in name only or just coming to the meetings or doing the very least. He would do the very most. And in terms of Sarah Pelly, I have known her as a professional, one of our principals, a wonderful principal whom everyone knows and loves. She has a deep knowledge and understanding of the educational mission of Orange Unified School District, and she has a strong commitment to the quality of education of all of our children. And her personal beliefs, as she represented them here tonight, are very similar to our strategic plan and what we have set forward as what our beliefs are and our goals are. So yay Chad, and yay Sarah, and yay all of you who have come forward.
May I make a point of personal preference really quick? I just want to thank Kathy Moffitt very quickly for her service in sitting in this seat for so many years. She served with integrity and decency and honesty, and we really, really appreciate your service. So thank you. Next, Daniel Gray, followed by Darshan Smaladen.
Hello, I've been a local resident of Orange here for almost 20 years. My wife and I have twins who've attended Villa Park Elementary, Sarah Villa, and are now currently sophomores at Villa Park High School. Today I wanted to share my support and appreciation for Mr. Zimmerman. I've known Mr. Zimmerman for over 4 years now, beginning with my son's involvement with Cub Scouts. When he started his Cub Scouts, Chad was the Cub Master for the pack, and got an opportunity to first meet him then, which he served, of course, for several years. My next encounter with Mr. Zimmerman in Rotary was in Rotary, where he was the president the year after I joined, which really sort of grounded me with the organization and led me to still be present there today. We're still, as what stands out to me most, I think, when I'm thinking back to our experience, was, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, Chad partnered with a teacher at Sarah Villa in creating a project with the Wright brothers kite, and Rotary helped fund the project. He worked with the teacher who then involved the students in creating this project, which was amazing. They actually created a replica of this first kite from the ground up that then taught the students not just the history, but the physical aspects of how these things worked. I was like, wow, it solidified my belief in what we do in Rotary, but also what our schools do in helping children learn. So that was a huge piece. Around the next piece that really had to move me was when, my notes, is our involvement with Chad and his youth services and what he's done there. I'm a past president of Rotary as well as Chad, and seeing the chair people in those jobs do what they do to make a difference in not just the community, but our schools is huge for us. And seeing Chad's involvement in getting me involved with campus care at the high school, Villa Park High, led to my involvement when my kids started there a year ago with the PFSO, to the point where I'm now the incoming president for the PFSO because of that. So it's just step after step that's really endeared me to what he's done and helped me develop as a person as well, and particularly my kids, because I see the smiles on their faces and what they do in the schools every day. So thank you very much.
And Darshan Smaladen.
Good evening, board. President Page, I've been excited to say that. Mr. Gonzalez. First off, Trustee Erickson kind of stole my thunder. I did want to first thank all of you who applied, especially those of you in Area 4. I think that if you all pooled all of your love for our students, you might actually equal the lovely Kathy Moffett. So you have huge shoes to fill, and I'm so excited, because I feel a little bit like it was my fault that we have these openings. I'm so excited that our community stepped up so huge. And I love every single person who applied, and I loved hearing your stories, and it was wonderful. So I actually had a different speech, but of course, everything, So I wanted to clarify a couple of things and discourage something and then tell a story, and I can do that in 2 minutes. First, just a clarifying point, because people kind of forget us sometimes. There are 2 schools in Area 4. El Medina is in Area 4. You will be representing us. Go Vanguards. Sorry, but we have a lot of students that live in 7, so good job. Anyways, I would also like to urge the board not to consider some of the public comments given. I think that they are based in untruths, and unless you provide applicants with an opportunity to answer those, I disagree with some of the assessments, and I'm going to leave it at that. And then I wanted to tell a story because Mr. Miller reminded me of a similar story in that Sarah Pelly had retired. I'd actually never met her as an administrator, but I did run into her at the farmer's market over the summer, and with her lovely dog. And I had my daughter with me, as you've all met her. She's not shy, and she likes to talk. Anyways, I was talking to someone else about something, and I look over, and Mrs. Pelly was conversing with my daughter in such an engaged and wonderful way that she instantly fell in love. My daughter did. And I think that caring and connection that she has with students, even if they're about to graduate, is critical of a trustee. I think that even though she was retired and not working at that moment, that she cared to just engage with a girl who had to go with her mom to do some things, was critical. And what was actually impressive was the next time they saw her, Mrs. Pelly asked a follow-up question, so she remembered. And I think that's special for our students to be made to feel special. I'm sure everyone else would do those lovely things, but I just wanted to tell that story. Anyways, thank you.
That's the end of the cards for 4A. We have 3 cards for 4B.
Okay, let's hear them.
Okay. First is Carrie Lundell, followed by Kim Vanderhook, followed by Sally Bowman.
Good evening, Board President Page, trustees, student board members, Board Superintendent Gonzalez, and district staff. My name is Carrie Lundell, and I'm the parent of 2 Orange Unified grads, an Orange High sophomore and a Yorba middle schooler. Currently, I am an art teacher at Yorba, and I am a cross-country and track coach at Orange High. But before I was a teacher and a coach, I was a longtime PTA, PTO, booster club, art volunteer, sports volunteer for Cambridge Elementary, Yorba Middle, and Orange High, my neighborhood schools. I say all this because I want you to know how invested I am in OUSD and the success of its students. I also want you to know how much I love the schools and the students on the west side of Orange. These schools are often left out of conversations about the good schools in the district, but those who have personal experience know that these schools are full of amazing teachers, vast opportunity, and the students are full of heart. And gosh, I love my athletes. I love my students so much. Full of heart and beautiful potential. But both the students and the schools are sometimes left without the resources for an equitable education experience in our community for numerous and diverse reasons. This brings me to why I'm here tonight. I would like to speak about a specific appointee in Area 7. When I saw the public list of applicants this week, I was thrilled to see Stephen Glass on the list. Our district would be incredibly fortunate to have someone with the depth of public school dedication, education, and experience as Mr. Glass. I have only known him for about 5 years, years, which isn't long since his Orange Unified roots run long and deep. But most recently, he visited my class at Yorba Middle School for Career Day, where I got to watch him connect with my students in his Yorba black and yellow Nikes. And also inspire them with his passion for career in education. Every interaction I've had with Stephen Glass has confirmed to me that he is a critical thinker who is passionate about public education and the critical role it plays in helping families and communities thrive. And these beliefs are not theoretical, they are experiential, and it means a lot to me that much of his teaching and parenting experiences are within OUSD schools, especially those on the west side. And I know it means a lot to the families who also send their kids to these schools that others have fled. Mr. Glass's experience in this district, combined with his vast experience outside the district and his lifelong commitment to excellence in education, will make this board better, all of our schools stronger, and our varied student body more successful. There are multiple good choices, people have said, in Area 7, but there is only one great choice, in my opinion, and that is Stephen Glass. He is the most qualified, and he has what this board needs, and I hope you'll recognize the same. Thank you.
Kim Vanderhoek, followed by Sally Bowman.
Good evening, board. President Page, Superintendent Gonzalez. My name is Kim Vanderhoek. I am a parent of a current OUSD student and one alumni that graduated from El Medina last year. Go Vanguards. My husband and I have been homeowners in Trustee Area 7 for 20 years. I would like to also follow Ms. Moffitt's lead and thank each candidate who applied to be a board member. It's no easy task, especially after what we've been through in this last year. It takes a considerable amount of bravery to stand up here and submit an application. And I'm really proud to see so many qualified, passionate, and caring candidates from our community. I mean, it's really moving. I wasn't sure what to expect tonight, and I'm incredibly proud. Choosing between all of them will be very challenging for you, which is a great problem for our community to have and our kids to have. I urge the board to pay close attention to the candidates who spoke about working collaboratively, because that's been an issue. The candidates who've spoken about fostering inclusivity and transparency, and especially there were several candidates who offered a very clear vision for the road ahead, and a very inspiring vision, which I think gives our entire community and OUSD hope. For me, there were two candidates in Area 7 who stood out to me. Mr. Glass was one, and also Mr. Nee. Both have unique qualities to offer our district that I believe our children would benefit from. So good luck choosing between all the Area 7 candidates. It's going to be tough. Board members, as you know, and as we've all spoken about, should have no other agenda besides the well-being of our district. Our students don't just deserve to learn in OUSD, they deserve to thrive in OUSD. And they deserve school board members who will put them first. Thank you so much.
Sally Bowman.
Good evening, Orange, City of Orange community, OUSD Trustee Board, President, Superintendent. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak. I also want to repeat what everyone said, and that I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to be able to voice our opinions, and I'm incredibly grateful for the diligence that everyone who applied for this position or put forth their name, we appreciate that very much so. I'm here as a Orange Unified parent. I'm here as an Orange resident who owns their own home, and I'm also here as a adult who was a child who was brought up by public education, most specifically through admin who cared. I have a after-school special upbringing, and I was raised proudly by volunteers, people who were not supposed, people who didn't have to care for me, and that's especially important to my wanting to speak about Stephen Glass, because he represents, in my opinion, not just through our friendship, but a teacher and an admin who has shown value in people like me, and I am the direct recipient of people like him. I have been friends with Stephen Glass for quite a number of years. We have a very wonderful friendship. Our families are friends, and I've seen him firsthand do wonderful things through his education, through his work in OUSD schools, and then also in the community. I'm happy to put support behind him in any way, shape, or form, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that he has done. A little bit more insight. I've served on countless PFSO, PTA boards. I know firsthand one of the things that Sarah, your name is Sarah, correct? I'm so sorry, said was how incredibly valuable it is for parents to be active within schools, within the context of school and school support. And I believe it's people like Sarah and Stephen who foster that community and reach out to parents who might not feel capable or welcomed at the table where all the rest of us are volunteering. I know that my mother didn't. And so it is critical that we utilize the assets that we have here within our community and utilize the assets that we might not identify or be aware of. So I find that in Stephen Glass, and I can't wait to support him. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much. As I had previously mentioned, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Think about all of the choices that we have. This is definitely going to be a difficult decision. So we will recess.
Can I make a suggestion and take a 10-minute break so we can use the restroom? And
Okay, 10.
Yeah.
10-minute break. We will return at 7:55. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. We're going to be getting started.
All right, thank you so much, everyone, for giving us an opportunity to be able to think about all the information that we heard. And I'm at a loss for words just because the quality of the candidates that we have received from both Area 4 and Area 7 are just absolutely amazing. So, I mean, I think that is a testament in itself that we have so many involved community members, parents that are deeply wanting to be invested in OUSD from this role as well. So thank you all for all of the time that you have put into not just submitting your application, but being here tonight, having those conversations with your families. It's definitely a big decision. So we will move on to item 4. There are 2 different items. There's item 4A, which is appointment for Area 4, and 4B for Area 7. We do need to discuss, and if the board is up for appointment tonight, we do need to take those separately. But before we do that, I would like to invite our my fellow board members to join in the discussion. Are you guys open to share any comments or anything else?
I'm happy to start then. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. When we first put the call out for applicants, I couldn't predict how many people would apply, especially with all that we went through this past year. And I'm heartened to see so many applicants, good applicants too. Applicants who are passionate about public education and is willing to get involved and serve. And not only am I impressed with the number of applicants, but as stated, the quality of candidates are really high. There is diverse experience and strengths represented. I'm happy to hear many of our applicants describe what is important to them. And there are some common themes: transparency, respect, communication, working together, putting students first, no special interests. And in every one of our candidates, truly, I see amazing qualities that make them stand out, whether it is their business experience, their involvement in nonprofit, or former mayor. Many of our applicants are involved in the community, are invested in our district, and I really enjoyed listening to the stories about your families and your experience in OUSD. We are filling 2 seats, and there are a lot of applicants, and so this is going to be very challenging, and because the caliber of applicants is just amazing. Because this is a provisional appointment, and my priority is that this person can hit the ground running. So I would like to have someone who understands governance, have a background in education, and can start right away. So I'll say that for now, and then I'll give my colleagues an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Yamasaki. I open it up for anyone else who would like to add any other comments. Trustee Erickson?
Sure, I will. I won't be as short as brief as Yamasaki. I'm going to go ahead and go through my list because otherwise I'm going to forget what I wrote down. So I just want to say I am so incredibly grateful, and heartened by the interest taken in these positions in both areas. We had 17 applicants. I was actually asked by a reporter not long ago if we thought we would even get any applicants because of just sort of the mean-spiritedness of local politics these days, and I wasn't sure. And I am just like, my heart is just blooming because of this, because I think that what happened in the last year is that this grassroots movement for better governance and better government it gave people optimism. It gave them hope. And I think that's why people are showing up and you want to serve and you want to do better and you want things to be better. And that is the theme of every single application. Truly, I mean, truly, I'm blown away by the applicants. I kind of came up with my own little, you kind of start and I have my own little, graph or whatever of different qualities that I think were important because, there's attributes, I think, everybody that lives here is a stakeholder, for sure. But I think that there's attributes that make you a better suited candidate for a school board position. And for me, I had no litmus test, but they were things like, are you an alumni? Are you a parent? Are you an educator? Are you an educator plus, which is, have you done administrative work? Are you a volunteer in our schools? Are you a volunteer in the community or a leader in the community? Are you a business person? Do you have your own education? Are you an employee past or present? And are you pro-public education? Those were kind of my general broad themes. And I was there isn't a single one that wasn't pro-public education. Every single one of you that applied, I feel confident would push this district forward. I think somebody called it some embarrassment of riches. There you go, truly, because we really, it's amazing. So, for Area 4, Mr. Zimmerman, I wanted to just thank you for applying. I have seen you over the years. You are a man of integrity, and I appreciate everything that you do for this community. Dr. Smoller, such a brilliant, brilliant individual and followed you over the years and just grateful for your interest here. Mr. Perez-Serrato, thank you, thank you. I loved what you had to say and the fact that you went through all of our schools. I don't know where you are, so I'm staring around helplessly here. But going through all of our schools and really just being an inspiration, I think, to the students that you serve now. Mr. Scott, obviously just an incredibly kind man that truly cares about your people in your church and people in your community, and being a fourth generation or having a fourth generation child, I think is absolutely incredible. Mr. Tusnot, I love your positivity. You're always positive. You're always willing to help and everything. So I just really appreciate you. Mr. Harrington, I hadn't met you before, but really impressed with your business acumen, obviously, and just your dedication to our district as well, and how passionate you are about it. And Ms. Pelly, you are such an inspiration to so many people. You have had, I think, thousands of children, because I know that you believe that the children, that you see them as an extension of yourself, and you really care for every single student that has come through your schools. And I'm grateful for your service to Orange Unified. Years, decades. So just each and every one of you just has an incredible something to offer. And I think that it is very, very, very difficult. What I'm looking for really is those that are truly, I'll just say Team OUSD. I'll get my El Medina cheerleading outfit out. And I mean, I want Team OUSD. I want somebody that is going to be up here that is going to be thinking of Orange Unified students, parents, and teachers first. That's who I want to be put first before anything else. And I really think all of you would do that. But I do think that some rise above the others, just in terms of experience and, different things that you bring. And so I don't know if we want to offer any of that, but I would say that, okay, then I'll go ahead and stop now.
Okay. And Trustee Rumsey.
We've never done this before, sorry.
I just wanted to thank all the applicants that took the time to fill out the questionnaire and to come speak with us tonight. Whomever is chosen, I do look forward to collaborating with open dialogue. It is important to listen and to know that we all do have a shared goal, and that is the best education for the students of Orange Unified.
We do have different perspectives on how that is achieved. The past year has been nothing more than a demonstration of diverse thought. And I do not agree with the narrative that the former trustees were not putting our district first. Decisions must be made, and we should have the freedom to share and express our perspectives on those decisions. And I look forward to collaborating with whomever is voted in. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rumsey. Okay. Any other comments before, or is there?
Miss Page, I would like to make a comment.
Oh, sorry, Nancy. Go ahead.
It's okay. Good evening, President, Miss Page, Madam Page, and board members, and Mr. Gonzalez. As a student, hearing all the candidates' speeches really touched my heart, and an easy crier, I started tearing up because hearing how passionate you guys are about your family, your history, your roots in the city means so much. From a student, I always like to say live, love, laugh, Orange, because it's so important to have pride from where you come from, and hearing everyone and their stories meant a lot to me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you both for being here tonight. I know when we were doing agenda prep for last month's meeting, we did invite all our student board members. This is not a requirement for them to be here tonight, and so for them to take time of their busy schedule to be here because they're also deeply invested in our district. So thank you both for being here tonight and sharing your student perspective. Okay, now the difficult part. Does the board feel comfortable nominating tonight?
I do.
Okay.
I would like to nominate Sarah Pelly to be trustee for Area 4.
And I will second. Any discussion?
I think that her passion, I think her experience as looking at her as a college admissions counselor, a preschool teacher, an elementary school teacher, an elementary principal, 34 years in education, most of which was in Orange Unified. Being a elementary school principal, I think I've sort of said it's almost like running a small business. You really have to do everything, right? And volunteer in the community with therapy dogs and caring for the elderly and the sick and being a mentor and a champion of public education. I think her background, she was tasked with starting the Innovative Mandarin Immersion Program, and within a couple of years, they won the Golden Bell Award from the state. And I think that while there are really, this is super, super difficult because it's just an incredible group of people with so many skills. I do think that going forward, we really do need to be focusing on academics. And I think that somebody with feet on the ground, recent feet on the ground in Orange Unified, who knows how to allocate resources on a campus, who knows and sees those needs and has that passion to do so, is somebody that I think would really benefit our district as a whole. And I think, she isn't somebody that has an ego. She's very humble. She's very articulate, but she's also very kind and very open to other people's thoughts. And I think that she would be a good, I think she'd be good on the board. So that's why I support her.
Can I just add a few words then? This is a very difficult decision. There are so many good candidates, and I wish I could bring more onto the board, to be honest with you. But I really, for me, it was between Sarah Pelly and Chad Zimmerman, and it's so difficult. But Sarah does rise above because I feel that her experience, we've seen it. It's proven. Starting the Mandarin Immersion program was no easy task. And I know a lot of parents and teachers supported her, and that means a lot. I've heard from a lot of our parents as well. One of the things that resonated with me is that her understanding of marginalized communities, you know, her parents, her grandfather crossing the border, didn't know English, so she can relate to a lot of the students in our district, and that's important for me. And she'll advocate for families who don't have a voice and make sure that all parents are heard. So that really hit home when all the speakers gave their comments. So I would support her.
Thank you. So similar to the comments that Mr. Miller shared was Mrs. Pelly was my daughter's first principal, first experience in elementary school. And so I have seen, not just from my own children, but from all children that she has influenced, that students always remember how their teacher or their principal made them feel. And just her walking through, you know, visiting back, and we'll never forget Lunar New Year when we had the celebration and they're introducing everyone. And as soon as they announced former Principal Pelly, the entire room just went up to cheer for you. And it's just how you, not only how you influenced students, but their families. And so that's why I want to thank you, not just for your service, but why I feel like you would be a good fit as a school board trustee. Any further discussion? If not, we will move on to voting. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. It's unanimous, or 401, right? Congratulations. If you can't tell, for those at home, there's a strong Fletcher presence in the audience tonight. Okay, Area 7. I was definitely impressed by all of them too, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Like, it's so difficult. Every one of our applicants brought in their unique background, and I'm very impressed with Michelle, with her nonprofit background, her OC childcare planning, Brian Mole, former teacher, and taught in OUSD, obviously lives and breathes OUSD, right? Brian Nee, I like the girl dad thing. And I know your volunteerism and your background in business is really would add an important perspective. Mark Lansden, I love how you just shared about your family, your business. You gave us a little bit more of a personal touch to your background. And surety bonds, I did work for Transamerica one time, so I am a little bit familiar with that. I think I was 18, so maybe just a little. So again, another background, business background would be great. Oliver, you just impressed me as well. Your words about being a consensus builder, that impressed me as well. Impressed me. You obviously have a lot of experience in education. And Lisa Koonsman also, who's also in education, not a fan of chaos. I wrote that down, that was great. And Stephen Glass, thank you for coming. And your roots are also here. I mean, how often do you hear about people getting married at the Orange Dome? Like, that is crazy. And obviously your family's here in Orange, and your wife is a principal, and it's evident that you care about the future of OUSD. And then we have Jeannie Stemke. Thank you for coming. You've been a long time OUSD parent, and I don't know where, did you? Oh, there you are. Sorry, I was looking at the front row. And OUSD family, and that's impressive, 4 generations. And so, like I said, this is going to be a very difficult decision, and I really wish that, again, I could vote for several of you. I'm going to let my candidates speak before I say who I think is at the top. Yeah, colleagues, I mean, yeah.
Trustee Erickson?
Same thing. I mean, this is just dumb. Like how much talent is
where
here.
were you guys before?
I know. There's just so much talent and passion and positivity and skill and just everything. And this is very, very difficult. And I will, Mr. Lansden, I agree. Thank you for sharing your background. SCODUX, so there you go. And I appreciate that. Ms. Koonsman, I appreciate what you had to say, how we need to be improving the instructional material for all students to learn. I liked in your application, you said you've experienced both the pros and cons of being a 20-year school district employee and feel that this is a unique vantage point that will enable positive outcomes for OUSD. That struck me, definitely. Mr. Mole, beloved teacher, for sure, and I can see how you inspired your students when you were speaking. A storyteller indeed, and I think that your background is, as a 30-year educator in Orange Unified and having all those kids come through, I think is just incredible. Brian Nee, can I call you just Ken because you work for Mattel or not? Just Brian. Volunteerism is part of your ethos. That's what stuck out to me. And in looking at your application, you are giving and continue to give and will continue to give so much, and I appreciate that, and I think that your business acumen is something that I'm thinking about, and I just think your sincerity in wanting to make this a better district for your 2 little girls who are absolutely gorgeous, and we all want to make sure that happens. But what I loved about what you said, and actually what Mr. Toussaint said before in Area 4 is that, and others have said as well, is it's not just about your own kids, it's about other people's kids. And I think that is what's so important, is that we're here not just to serve ourselves or to serve our own people that agree with us or our own children, but we're here for all children. And I appreciate that. And probably Dr. Lopez, wow. Incredible going through our schools, and your experience is just, it's very impressive. Can't say I know anything about biostatistics, so, but I can tell you do, which is really impressive. So thank you. Thank you for your application, and your experience here, I think is something that would really be a great thing for our students in our district as well. And Dr. Glass, married at the Orange Dome. That's impressive. That is impressive. But what's more impressive is obviously your background, your experience, your education. Teacher at Santiago, principal at Portola, principal at Yorba, teacher at Orange High, and then moving on. So to see your progression throughout your career, kind of touching almost every single aspect of education that you could do. And I think that for that reason, when I had my 10 boxes, you check like 9 out of the 10. Like if I had to write a resume for a board member, it'd probably be your resume because you kind of fit everything. But that is not to diminish anybody else's resumes, because really, truly, just so much talent here. So those are my comments. Oh, I forgot Ms. Byerly, I'm sorry. Your service in nonprofits, really incredible, and your volunteerism in the schools is very much appreciated. Ms. Stumke as well. Long history, really appreciate everything that you've done, and I can tell you're just so passionate about your community, and that stands out, that comes through loud and clear, so thank you for that. I know I'm kind of like a crybaby tonight too, Nancy, so I'm with you.
Any additional comments? Okay. Is there a nomination?
I'll nominate Dr. Glass.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any additional discussion? If not, we'll move to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Vote passes 401. Congratulations, Dr. Glass. I'd like to share some words before we close into, no, we don't close, we move on to public comment for a closed session, I'm sorry. Today's opposite day, we did everything in reverse because we started with information, then went to action, and then we'll be adjourning into closed session. I mean, like some of my colleagues have shared before, we've never had this meeting before, but I do remember there are recalls in the history of our district. I remember one from when I was in elementary school, but today marks a pivotal moment in the history of our beloved district. We stand on the precipice of change, on the brink of a new era defined by innovation, inclusivity, and excellence in education. And as we prepare to welcome 2 new trustees into our midst, we must recognize the profound significance of this moment. It is an opportunity, a golden opportunity, to redefine the very essence of our district, to reaffirm our commitment to serving all students, and to chart a new course towards a brighter, more inclusive future. For too long, the landscape of education has been marred by disparities, inequities, and divisions. But here in the heart of Orange Unified, we have the power to rewrite that narrative. We have the power to create a learning environment where every student, regardless of background, ability, or circumstance, has the opportunity to thrive. But to realize this vision, we must be bold, we must be courageous, and above all, we must be united in our dedication to the greater good. As we embark on this journey together, let us not forget the fundamental purpose of our district: to educate, to inspire, and to empower the leaders of tomorrow. Our schools are more than just buildings. They are beacons of hope, pillars of strength, and engines of progress. And it is our collective responsibility to ensure that they remained for so many generations to come. But this responsibility does not rest solely on our shoulders of our trustees or our educators. It also rests on each and every one of us. It rests on the parents who entrust us with the care and education of their children. It rests on the students who walk through the doors each day with dreams in their hearts and potential in their minds. And it rests on the entire community, the stakeholders, the advocates, the champions of change, who believe in the transformative power of education. Let us embrace the challenges that lie ahead as opportunities for growth and renewal. And let us together redefine the purpose of Orange Unified School District as a place where every student is valued, every voice is heard, and every dream is within reach. So thank you and congratulations to the 2.
Madam President, that was well said. Thank you for speaking on behalf of all of us. I just want to say thank you again to all of our applicants for coming out. I know this was not an easy process. It really wasn't. But that doesn't mean that you can't volunteer in OUSD. Get on foundations, go to PTA meetings, get involved. We could use your help. I mean, we need support in our classrooms. Our teachers need your support. So just because you're not a board member, you could still be an integral part of OUSD. And I welcome each and every one of you to do that.
Ms. Yamasaki, we do have their names, their
Yes.
emails, and their phone numbers now. So, yeah.
And their addresses, so we can. Absolutely.
But I truly do appreciate every one of you who come out. I'm just so inspired.
Yes.
It really is. This is like one of the most memorable moments of being on this board for me.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think it's safe to say, too, there's a good solid bench of people
Yes.
in the future that will be there to run or take place. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Public comments on closed session. Oh, yes. Do we have?
I don't think we have any. And then I just wanted to make mention that as we do go into closed session, we do not expect a report out of closed session. So we will come back to adjourn the meeting, but I just wanted to let people know that. So if you're thinking about staying or going or planning the rest of your evening, that it's not an expectation at this point that we're going to have a closed session. And then I also just wanted to make mention about our new appointees that we are going to work swiftly immediately to get the onboarding process started with them. So we'll reach out, and I may have a quick couple comments with you about how we're going to work that to get you up to speed and prepared for the meeting, the regular board meeting on May 9th.
Would they be able to get sworn in, like an unofficial swearing in, and then
Yes,
they can participate?
it's actually an official swearing in, even though.
Well, an official swearing in.
An official
but
swearing
not the
in.
formal ceremony.
With
Well,
a possible ceremonial swearing in
on the 9th?
on the 9th, yes.
Okay,
And
because
so
I
that-
knew that when I was onboarded in this, I was sworn in at the superintendent's office and was able to participate.
We will need to do some of that groundwork and onboarding in order to get them the information that they need to be prepared for the 9th.
Okay. We're excited to work with our new school board members, and I'm looking forward to, like President Page said, going to new heights. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. We're adjourning at 8:31. We are back from closed session.
There's no report out from closed session tonight.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Gonzalez. We will adjourn at 9:27. Thank you.